Raptor looking for some room on that outside wall, calling it off. Keeping Veronica Dodge back just enough, but still picking up 2 points there in that second pass for the All-Stars. A Daredevil getting out in front and grabbing that lead jam position for GNR. Demanda on the line for the All-Stars, looking for some room on that inside wall, getting recycled back just a bit. Both jammers just pushing there, but Demanda getting that star off their head, able to get just a little bit of confusion as they got up to the top of that pack. A Daredevil pushing just as hard, picking up 4 points in that last pass. 8 altogether for GNR, 6 on the board for the All-Stars. Demanda not able to get up into a point. Auntie Faye on the line for the All-Stars, getting knocked back on that inside line. Skilla on the line for GNR. Auntie Faye out in front, grabbing that lead jam position. Skilla breaking out of that pack, not far behind. Four points on the board from Auntie Faye there for the All-Stars. GNR not able to get into that scoring position in that last jam. 10-16, GNR currently in the lead. Ricochet out onto that line, grabbing that lead jam position for the All-Stars in a power jam situation to Doctor of Destruction, grabbing a penalty right there at the beginning of that jam. Ricochet able to take full advantage there, but trying to get some points on the board after getting that initial pass. 4 points on the board. Ricochet on that inside line, getting knocked down just a bit. That pack real nice and tight there from GNR. Doctor of Destruction coming off that penalty box right before that jam whistle was blown. It's going to be a nice even start for both teams starting in this next jam. Veronica Dodge grabbing that lead jam position for GNR. Fish slap on the line for Blood and Gorge, picking up a penalty there. That'll make this a power jam situation for Veronica Dodge. 4 points on that last pass for Veronica Dodge. All-Stars trying to get that wall regrouped. Killer Bee getting cut off from the rest of that white pack there. out of the penalty box and putting that initial pass on. Fish Slap coming out and getting that energy high there. Veronica Dodge picking up 3 points, though. Fish Slap not able to get through that pass and through into the back of that pack quick enough. A Daredevil on the line for Guns N' Rollers. Rolling Raptor on the line for Allstars. A Daredevil grabbing that lead jam position. Rolling Raptor not far behind, though. Definitely going to get to keep the pressure on a Daredevil. GNR's Jammer calling it off right there, picking up 2 points. Raptor not able to get to that pack quick enough, not able to pick up any points. 18 All-Stars, 29 GNR. We got a tight game so far, 21:45 on the clock. Doctor of Destruction grabbing that lead jam position for GNR. Demanda trying to find some room in the back of that pack, finding a solid wall at GNR though in the black in the back. Doctor of Destruction making it through. Big wide door on that outside line. GNR's Jammer taking full advantage. Demanda with the star in that hand, trying to help get through that pack. And we see a nice, quick star pass there to Zip. Zip able to put that pressure on Doctor of Destruction. Eve Angelical on the line for GNR, grabbing that lead jam position quick and early off that whistle blow. Auntie Faye on the line for the All-Stars, getting that initial pass. Eve calling it off there for GNR. 4 points on the board before they do so.
Shout out to Just Cuz Plumbing. Just Cuz Plumbing for all your plumbing needs in the Columbia River Gorge.
We are on a timeout, All-Stars.
Shout out to the coffee shop. Come enjoy amazing coffee in the most amazing coffee shop in downtown The Dalles. The Coffee Shop.
We are back from All-Stars timeout. Back from that timeout, Ricochet on the line for the All-Stars. Veronica Dodge on the line for GNR. Ricochet looking for some room on that inside line, getting pinged around just a bit. Veronica Dodge after a hard push there, getting out in front, grabbing that lead jam position. Ricochet coming out of the pack, not far behind. Both packs slowing down here, getting to corner 3 and 4 after that hard stop. 2 points on the board there for GNR. Fish slab for the All-Stars getting out. Not on that lead jam position, but able to put that pressure on a Daredevil. Guns and Rollers having to call it off after getting locked into a tight blocking spot. Raptor, a rolling Raptor on the line for the All-Stars. Grabbing that lead jam position. Doctor of Destruction not far behind. Taking that star off the helmet to help get through that initial pass. Raptor looking for a quick strike and retreat, it looks like here. Keeping their head over their shoulders. Making sure Doctor of Destruction doesn't get up to the back of that pack. Managing to do so. Picking up 2 points, it looks like. We saw GNR do a quick sprint on the scoreboard there a few minutes ago. But what we're seeing now is a nice little stop there as All-Stars getting their defense in place, figuring out how to chip away at that lead. Demanda in that lead jam position for the All-Stars. Skillet handing that star pass off. I think that was Polly Punchkin grabbing that star pass there. Auntie Faye trying to run up that inside line. Veronica Dodge looking for some room on the outside, getting shuffled to the middle, though. Anife just getting ping-pong back and forth. That wall from GNR proving really solid on that inside line, but they get ping-ponged out to the outside. Find that lead jam position. Veronica Dodge not far behind as that pack cuts out. Starting to gain some speed here. We're seeing both pack members, or both packs, really try to push up the track. That is an interesting strategy you see there from both packs. Ricochet on the line for the All-Stars. A Daredevil on the line for GNR. Ricochet looking for some room at the top of that pack. Two GNR defenders left, have to work around at the top. Getting cycled back in. Now we got a 3-wall there from GNR, which is inevitably more difficult to get around as a single jammer. Scoldinox coming in to add some support. A Daredevil stuck in the back. Not much better situation for them as well. Although in that lead jam position. Ricochet managing to get up through that outside line there. A Daredevil making that same run through that line, but calling off the jam, picking up 4 points before they do so. Fish Slap grabbing that lead jam position for the All-Stars. Doctor of Destruction for GNR. Doctor of Destruction out on that inside line, managing to get through. Fish Slap in that lead jam position, trying to push up to the top of that pack as hard as they can. Calling off the jam, looks like picking up 4 points in the process. 52-27. We have seen that scoreboard slow way down in the second 10 minutes here. 11-14 on the board. What a push up at the top. Evangelical making their way up right to the top of that pack with a hard push, managing to grab that lead jam position for GNR. We see Zip grabbing a star pass there for the All-Stars. Eve calling it off, picking up 4 points. 56-27. 10:05 left.
Shout out to Ajax Northwest, the best earthwork contractor in the Columbia River Gorge. The future is riding on Ajax.
Blowing off that whistle like a race car. Veronica Dodge grabbing that lead jam position. for GNR. Demanda, though, not far behind for the All-Stars. Oh, looks like Veronica Dodge coming to the top of that pack. Picked up a track cut. Veronica Dodge out of that penalty box, picking 4 points up on the board. Demanda. We will see this jam go the full two. We lost our lead jammer there, Demanda. Still working her way around the back of that pack as well as they can. GNR's rotating wall there is just proving so difficult to get around. Machete Machad trying to come in and help Demanda get through, but 4 more points on the board for Veronica Dodge. Auntie Faye on the line for the All-Stars. Looking for some room. A Daredevil, though, finding that hole, managing to blow right through it, pick up that lead jam position. Auntie Faye finding some room on the inside line, just managing to skirt right past. 4 more points on the board of Daredevil, slipping through the top, calling it off for GNR, 80-35. GNR with the commanding lead right now. 6:30 left on the clock. Looks like maybe an official timeout being called.
Shout out to Empower Yoga. Infrared, hot, warm, and cold yoga. Downtown the Dalles.
Make some noise for our officials and our volunteers. I don't know if you're aware of this, but without them, this would just be a skate night. We would just be skating in circles, hitting each other for fun. In fact, psychologists would say that we probably have anger problems. You didn't know you'd be doing 2 jobs today, did you, officials? Thank you guys so much. You're amazing. Back from that official timeout, Ricochet on the line for the All-Stars. Doctor of Destruction on the line for GNR. Grabbing that lead jam position, Doctor of Destruction out in front quick and early. Ricochet getting ping-ponged around just a little bit in the inside of that pack. Big hit there going down. Machete Machado going down backwards as Doctor of Destruction coming through, picking up 4 points for GNR. That 3-wall out in front for the All-Stars, not able to shut that inside line down quick enough. Inside line hop attempt there. GNR's Jammer picking up 4 more points on that pass. Ricochet not able to get up on that scoreboard after that star pass either. Fish slap on the line for the All-Stars. Skilla on the line for GNR, getting out in front, grabbing that lead jam position. Skilla not having any issues breaking through that initial wall. Fish slap getting caught up in the chaos, though, getting ping-ponged around and smacked in that inside line. Killer Bee and Fleetwood Smack at the top, trying to hold back Skilla as long as they could. No pack situation right at the edge. Six points on the board in that last jam for GNR. What a strong play, 98-35. Rolling Raptor on the line for the All-Stars. The Daredevil on the line for GNR. Looks like a little bit of a recycle there for a Daredevil, and we got 2 penalties there for All-Stars. Lethal and Edwards Skolin hanging out in the penalty box, leaving that pack too short, but Lethal rejoining here. A Daredevil in that lead jam position. Side of Gravy grabbing that star pass, adjusting that lid so she could see. Demanda on the line for the All-Stars, managing to find a quick inside line, grab that lead jam position. Veronica Dodge, though, not far behind, breaking out of the pack nearly the same time. We see that pack anticipating that impact. Demanda up to the front, trying to call it off. It looks like Veronica Dodge managed to get out in front, pick up 4 points. Demanda picking up 3. All-Stars were looking for a quick strike and retreat. Demanda just getting hit a little too hard right there on that first impact, causing a little bit of a delay in that pack call. 1:40 left on the clock in this first half. Evangelical on the line for GNR, picking up that lead jam position. Auntie Faye on the line for the All-Stars. Auntie looking for some room, managing to skirt around that inside wall. Four points on the board there for GNR and a quick call off. 1 minute left on this first half. Ricochet on the line for the All-Stars. Doctor of Destruction on the line for GNR. A period clock about to run out. Neither jammer making it up to that lead jam position yet. Killer Bee trying to hold on as long as they can. Doctor of Destruction, though, getting out in front. Showing that the Doctorate must be real. 4 points on the board for GNR there in that second pass. Ricochet handing that star pass off to Zip. Period clock at 0. 1 minute left on the jam clock, but Doctor of Destruction calling it off. Make some noise for both of these teams so far. GNR sitting at 118. Gorge Roller Derby All-Stars 38. Now is a great time to go and check out our nonprofit partner out in the lobby, or get yourself some merch or some food from our awesome vendors this afternoon. You can also go and check out the raffle basket, because I misspoke earlier. It is not a 50-50 raffle. We are having a raffle basket raffle. You can go check out the items in that raffle basket out at the merch table. Fish Lab grabbing 4 points. Closing that jam down. Veronica Dodge also picking up 4 as well. Rolling Raptor on the line for the All-Stars. Doctor of Destruction on the line for GNR. Doctor looking for some room at the top of that pack, managing to get around the outside. Raptor coming in right behind, managing to find a gap on that inside. Raptor there stuck in the back of that pack. A nice quick inside pass though we see from Doctor of Destruction, managing to get up to the top. Demanda on the line for the All-Stars. The Daredevil on the line for GNR. The Daredevil grabbing that lead jam position. Demanda in the back looking for some room, finding an opening on that inside line, a corner too. Nice strong play there. Both packs managing to shut those doors down. Ani Fay on the line for the All-Stars. Even Helical on the line for GNR. Auntie Faye grabbing that lead jam position. Even Helical with that star in their hand, able to create a bit of distraction, but a little bit of a diversion, helping them get through the top of that pack. But Ani Faye slipping to the top, picking up 4 and calling it off. Ricochet on the line for the All-Stars. Doctor of Destruction on the line for GNR. Ricochet finding that lead jam position. Nice little push up that inside line, managing to get around to the top. Star pass there for GNR to Lakukorakia. Fish Lab on the line for the All-Stars. Skilla on the line for GNR. Skilla a little light and inside hop, but Fish Lab finding some room. Makes that lead jam position theirs. We're seeing both packs with quite a bit of speed here, trying to prevent a no-pack situation. All-Stars all caught up in it. We got one blocker in the penalty box there for All-Stars, getting released right at the end. Fish Slap coming down, picking up 2 and calling it off. Rolling Raptor on the line for the All-Stars. A Daredevil on the line for GNR. Zip grabbing that star pass for the All-Stars. A Daredevil calling it off after picking up 4 points.
Shout out to Everybody's Brewing, located downtown White Salmon, home of the finest craft beer and scratch food on the Washington side of the Gorge.
Also, feel free to join us for the after party this evening at River City Saloon in downtown The Dalles. Demanda on the line for the All-Stars, looking for some room to get through that wall of black in the back. Evangelical having just as much trouble getting through that top wall of white there from the All-Stars. Managing to find an inside line, thinking they nailed it, but not quite. Looks like maybe Fleetwood Smack getting a piece of them at the back of that pack. Demanda threw on that outside line after having that star in their hand, giving them a full advantage to help get around there. Evangelical calling it off. 4 points on the board there for GNR. Ani Fay on the line for the All-Stars. Ani Fay with a strip run and gun right up to the top, managing to get that lead jam position nearly off that whistle. Doctor of Destruction just trying to play keep up now. Side of Gravy, Lethal, Scully on that line for the All-Stars pack. Zip in the penalty box for the All-Stars right now, making them 1 short. GNR moving fast up in front, trying to prevent any points from coming up on that scoreboard. Managed to do so. Team timeout there for Guns N' Rollers. Back in from that team timeout. Ricochet on the line for the All-Stars. Veronica Dodge for GNR. Ricochet getting out in front, grabbing that lead jam position for the All-Stars. Veronica Dodge finding some room around the outside, managing to get through. All-Stars with a rather full penalty box right now. 2 blockers in that penalty box. Not going to be helpful starting this jam out. Edwards, Skolin, side of gravy. And fish slap in that jamming position for the All-Stars. If you are betting right now, Fish Slap needs to get a lottery ticket because they just went right to the top and won that thing, grabbing that lead jam position with only 2 blockers out there on the track. A Daredevil trying to play catch up there. Fish Slap trying to find some room to get some points. A Daredevil finding some room up through the top. Fish Slap not culling that jam down quick enough. Fish Slap after a hard push, getting out in front in that lead jam position, picking up 4 points. Fish still in that lead jam position here. The ability to call that jam off whenever they want, but it looks like we got a 1-for-1 going. A Daredevil with 12 points on the board. Fish Slap calling it off. 3 more up on the board there for the All-Stars. 7 in total to 12. Rolling Raptor on the line for the All-Stars. Side of gravy out of the penalty box there. Just after that whistle blow, but Rolling Raptor looks like picking up a track cut. Skilla on the line for GNR, managing to get that lead jam position. And now in a power jam situation. Zip, lethal, side of gravy. Killa B trying to hold that line together and stop Skilla at all costs, not able to quite do it. Skilla finding some room and getting some help from their pack, most definitely, to get through that middle of that wall. Raptor out of that penalty box, star in the hand, gonna try to put some pressure on Skilla, making that initial pass there. Skilla calling it off right there at the top of that corner, too.
Shout out to Flail Records. Flail Records, a home for all of the hold music misfits. Join the madness.
Right around that outside wall, Demanda making a big push, grabbing that lead jam position for the All-Stars. Doctor of Destruction not far behind, coming out of that pack quick and swift. Demanda trying to call it off before giving away any points, picking up 1, but giving away 1 as well. 15:30 left on the clock, 64-157. Ani Fei looking for some room, trying to get around the top of that pack, grab that lead jam position. GNR's wall rotating as much as they can, being as wide as possible up there in the top of corner one. Veronica Dodge managing to find some room, grab that lead jam position for GNR. Looks like we might see a star pass happen there for the All-Stars. If we do, we see a star pass from Ani Fei to Zip. Zip again with that pivot line on top of their head. Zip managing to get out through on that initial. GNR shutting that show down, 165 on the scoreboard for Guns N' Rollers, 64 All-Stars. Ricochet on the line for the All-Stars. Evangelical on the line for GNR. Eve getting through for GNR, grabbing that lead jam position. Big hits there. We see a penalty being issued to Machete Machad. Ricochet putting one on the board for the All-Stars. We see a timeout being called. Looks like maybe an official.
Shout out to Heights Family Dental, improving life one smile at a time on the Heights in Hood River. Always free dental floss.
Now's a great time to learn about our raffle basket benefiting Black in the Gorge this evening. There's a Brimstone and Boulders 1 month pass. Pine Street Bakery $50 gift card. The Ruins 4 ticket to upcoming shows. $20 Doppio gift card and more. Coming back from that official timeout, fish slap on the line for the All-Stars. A Daredevil, though, grabbing that lead jam position for Guns N' Rollers. Fish slap with a big hit to that inside line. Looks like picking up a penalty in the process as well. That is going to make this a power jam situation for a Daredevil. Daredevil getting knocked to that outside, having to recycle back behind the pack. Doesn't slow him down, though, one bit, managing to scoot right around on that inside line. But Daredevil taking full advantage of that power jam situation, managing to get 4 points on the board there. Also not ready to slow down quite yet, looking for probably at least 4 more here. Fishlap trying to find some room, not able to push through though.
Shout out to Mr. eLive, Mr. eLive Productions, for all your sound system needs in the Gorge.
We also train cats. Right out in front, Rolling Raptor managed to grab that lead jam position for the All-Stars. Skilla looks like picking up a penalty there. Not quite sure what it was on the outside of that pack. That's going to make this a power jam situation for the All-Stars. Raptor through, picking up 4 on that last pass, looking for some direction in that lead jam position. 8 on the board in total. Nice strong play from the All-Stars, not giving any away. 9:45 on the clock, 73-181. Demanda on the line for the All-Stars. Veronica Dodge on the line for GNR. Veronica getting stuck behind that 3-wall from the All-Stars. Demanda not having much better luck, but a lot more movement up at the top of that pack. Veronica trying to break through on that inside wall, not able to get past Killa B. Demanda juking as hard as they can from one side of the track to the other, looking for any help they can get. Lethal trying to step in. Killa B trying to step in. Demanda, though, just keeps getting met with a 3-wall there from GNR as they're able to regroup. Both jammers just meeting deadlock on those packs. Veronica Dodge still looking for some room in the back, grabbing that lead jam position. Not able to get any scoring passes, though, so far. Demanda still stuck in the back, making that star pass there to Edward Skolin. Both packs just really putting down the defense in that last jam. Strong play there. 7 minutes left on the board. Ani Faye looking for some room in the back of that pack. Doctor of Destruction on the line for Guns N' Rollers. Anife grabbing that lead jam position. Doctor breaking out of the pack, not far behind. Anife slipping through, picking up one, not giving any away to GNR. A Daredevil on the line for Guns N' Rollers. Ricochet on the line for Gorge Roller Derby. All-Stars picking up a track cut there. Sorry, caught me up a little bit as we saw Ricochet look like they were headed right into that lead jam position. Picking up a track cut right at the top of when they exited that pack. A Daredevil able to take full advantage, grabbing that lead jam position, making this a power jam situation. Big hit there, Fleetwood smack. Killer B shutting down that inside line. Daredevil trying to get a little inside corner hop there. Ricochet out of the penalty box there, engaging the front of that wall from GNR, but a Daredevil in that lead jam position, calling it off. 4:20 left on the clock. 74 All-Stars, 191 Guns N' Rollers. Rolling Raptor on the line for the All-Stars. Even Helical on the line for Guns N' Rollers. Grabbing that lead jam position quick and early for Guns N' Rollers. Raptor there we see coming out of the back of that pack with the SAR in their hand. Big hit to that inside line there. One official being slightly taken out. Right off that line, both those jammers blowing through that pack. Amanda getting out in front, grabbing that lead jam position for the All-Stars. Doctor of Destruction not far behind, though, going to keep that pressure up. That pack really picking up speed. Guns N' Rollers leading that push there out on the floor between those packs, but Amanda able to still slip up on that inside line. Doctor of Destruction managing to get up through into the pack, but not able to get around it as they get knocked to that inside wall. Demanda looking for a nice little inside line gap, not able to keep it clean. Doctor of Destruction up to the top, picking up 4 points. Demanda calling it off, trying not to let anything else go away, picking up 3 more, 7 in total for the All-Stars. 1:55 left on the clock here. Veronica Dodge grabbing that lead jam position for GNR. Auntie Faye on the line for the All-Stars, looking for some room on that inside wall, getting ping-ponged around a little bit as that GNR wall reformed up there at the top. Zip grabbing that star pass, though, from Auntie Faye, managing to push right up through on that initial pass. Sounds like maybe a penalty being called there in the middle of that pack. Veronica calling off that jam after getting multiple signals there from the bench, but stuck in the middle.
Shout out to the red carpet in Hood River, for great food, drinks, darts, pool, and an all-around good time.
Ooh, we might have our last jam. Everybody get up on your feet. Let's get loud, get loud. "25 seconds left on the clock. We're going to see it. Fish Slap grabbing that lead jam position for the All-Stars. Skilla looking for some room in the back. Machete Machad going down on that inside or outside wall, trying to hold it. Fish Slap slipping through for 4. That period clock just about coming to an end. Skilla slapping that star into Queen Slayer's hand with a star pass. Fish Slap with a nice little inside line, making 4 more points up on that pass. Queen Slayer slipping up through the top, and it looks like picking up a penalty. That's going to give Fish Slap another 30 seconds of unjustified justice here on the track here. Big hit there on the middle of the track. Unusual to end a half or end a game right there at an injury. Put your hands together for Skilla. Please also make some noise for our EMTs. They keep us safe. They make sure that we are literally not going to die here playing roller derby. They'll ship us off before that happens. Please make some noise for both of our teams. Please come trackside. We're still going to skate by and give high fives. Make some noise for your Gorge Roller Derby All-Stars, 89. And make some noise for the visiting Guns N' Rollers, 198. Thank you. Don't go anywhere in just a few minutes. We'll have our MVP awards. And be ready. Come trackside. We're going to give you some sweaty high fives. Make some noise for Guns N' Rollers. 198. Thank you for coming to the lovely Gorge. And make some noise for your Gorge Roller Derby All-Stars. And in just a few moments, we will have MVP nominations. But please make some noise one more time for both of our teams. Thank you to Guns N' Rollers for coming out. And don't go anywhere. In just a little bit, we got Blood and Gorge facing off against Emerald City Roller Derby. Emerald City comes straight from the land of Wizard of the Oz. Come so we're like centered on this line right here. But like a old football movie. What was that football movie with Green Street Hooligans? You guys remember that? Yeah, sorry, sidetracked. Our MVP nominations, we're gonna hear them right now. Our MVP blocker nomination from Gorge Roller Derby All-Stars. This is a skater that's skating for GNR. Yoga Nabisari. And our MVP jammer, Doctor of Destruction. And our MVP, most valuable skater on the track tonight, Charlie Chang. MVP blocker nominated by Guns N' Rollers. This is skater on All-Stars, Machete Mashad. MVP jammer, Fish Slap. Most valuable overall skater, Demanda. Make some noise for our MVPs. They take these home and they put them in special places. They actually fight about who has the most MVP awards. It's like a secret thing in the Derby community you don't even know about. Don't go anywhere in just a little bit. We got our Gorge Roller Derby, Blood and Gorge versus Emerald City Roller Derby. In the meantime, go out there and get yourself some food. Go get yourself a beer from one of our awesome sponsors. Go get yourself some Gorge Roller Derby merch. And go get yourself some raffle tickets for our raffle basket, which support our nonprofit partner, Black in the Gorge. Mount Hood Barbecue out in the entryway as well. Go out and get yourself some barbecue. It is delicious. I've already had some. See, I told you the MVPs all sitting down there like, we need one more photo. Anyways, thank you guys for supporting Gorge Roller Derby. We love it. We'll see you guys in just a little bit. 67, Rock'em Sock'em. Number 327, Crybaby. Number 369, Fish Slap. Number 57, Choppin' Broccoli. Number B52, J-Bomb. Number 1802, Barbell. Number 86, Maytag. Number 44, Malicious B. Number 1330, Rascal. Number 811, Rolling Raptor. Number 2912, Scolding Knox. Number 81, OT Rex. Number 432, Tantrum. Make some noise for your Gorge Roller Derby, Blood and Gorge. Please do me a favor and make some noise for our officials. All right, here we go. Blood and Gorge versus Emerald City. Crybaby on the line, jamming for Blood and Gorge. Rose hits for Emerald City, getting out in front, grabbing that lead jam position for Emerald City. Rose hits coming through the back of that pack, calling it off at the same time. Picking up 2 points in the process. Blood and Gorge, Crybaby not able to get up on that scoreboard in that first jam. J-Bomb on the line for Blood and Gorge. Space Cadet on the line for Emerald City. Space Cadet getting out in front, grabbing that lead jam position for Emerald. Right up at the top, Rascal trying to get a piece of Space Cadet right up there at the top, not able to do so, picking up 4 points. Emerald City with a commanding first lead. Emerald starting this with 1 blocker in the penalty box. OT Rex on the line for Blood and Gorge. Skullduggery on the line for Emerald City, grabbing that lead jam position, popping out in front after that scoring pass and calling it off. Barbell on the line for Blood and Gorge. Rose hits on the line for Emerald. Rose hits looking for a hard push on that inside wall. Rascal chopping Broccoli, picking up a penalty there for that block on that inside wall. Scully Knox and Rascal, though, with a little recycle program going on for Rose hits. No pack situation there. Scully not able to catch up. Rose hits picking out in front, grabbing that lead jam position. Barbell looking for some room in the back, finding a star pass situation. Rascal in that pivot position, managing to grab it. Trying to run away from it, the top of that pack, but Rascal not able to close that deal and gets recycled back around. Rose hits through on that outside wall. Looking for another clean 4 points, but not able to keep it shut. Barbell closing that door out last time. Rose hits looking for some room. Four points on the board for Rose hits in that last pass. Rascal getting shut down a little bit in the back end of that jam. 18 on the board. Official timeout being called there. Just in the nick of time, Adam Smasher is about to lose his pants. What?
Shout out to Annie J. Sellers. Annie J. Sellers is a female-owned second-generation winery in the Columbia Gorge that celebrates diversity and community. Drink wine, read books, and fight fascism. Annie J. Sellers.
It looks like maybe Space Cadet picked up a penalty there at that end of that jam. Rose hits picking up a penalty in that jamming position for Emerald City. Crybaby on the line for Blood and Gorge. Crybaby out through after picking that lead jam position up. Getting a nice little slide through on corner 2 there. Picking up 4 points, though, in the process. Crybaby getting knocked down that outside line. Both teams there getting a nice lick of defense in. Crybaby trying to get through on that top inside line, not able to do so. But that pack spreading out, no pack situation they're developing. They have to let Crybaby go. Emerald just went out just a little bit too far. The Gumbaroo looking for some room there, trying to get around. Fish slap. That top wall there from Gorge, Melissa B, Maytag, fish slap, just stopping the Gumbaroo after that star pass. Crybaby able to put 16 points on the board. Adam Splitter will not be taking their pants off anytime soon. We have an official review being called.
Shout out to Punchlines Comedy Night every second Thursday in the Dalles at River City Saloon. Thank you, Alex.
Come and check out Punchline Comedy Night, where Jimmy Chonga is the host. If you don't know who Jimmy Chonga is, their identity will be revealed at a time in your near future. Again, we are in an official review. If anybody has a hacky sack, now would be the time to contribute that to the circle happening there in the middle.
Shout out to Just Cuz Plumbing. Just Cuz Plumbing for all your plumbing needs in the Columbia River Gorge.
That official review being called. That put Rose Hits in the penalty box there after that official review. Gorge will retain their official review after that call there. J-Bomb on the line for Blood and Gorge. Skullduggery on the line for Emerald City. J-Bomb getting out in front, grabbing that lead jam position. J-Bomb gonna try to close that lead difference here on the scoreboard. Picking up 2 points, tying it all up, 18-18. 22-30 on the board. Space Cadet on the line for Emerald City. OT Rex on the line for Blood and Gorge. OT Rex with a hard push there in the middle of that pack, trying to find some space. Getting knocked to the inside, that's gonna be a recycle for them, but Space Cadet taking full advantage of that opening and grabbing that lead jam position for Emerald. OT Rex taking advantage of getting knocked out just on that inside corner, able to come back in, but 4 points on the board for Emerald. Barbell looking for some room right up to the top on that outside wall for Blood and Gorge. Getting a little bit caught up in the green and taking that star off the helmet. Skullduggery able to take advantage of that big wall of defense and offensive help there. Going in the middle of that pack, getting out in that lead jam position for Emerald. Big hit there, Barbell going down on that inside wall. Still looks like with that star in the hand, Rascal in that pivot position. Not necessarily looking for a star pass here. Barbell just looking to create potentially some confusion. Skullduggery with 4 points on the board in that last pass. Eight points on the board in that last jam for Emerald City. Rose hits, picking up what looks like another penalty there. Going to be a 30-second power jam for Crybaby. Blood and Gorge are going to try to take full advantage of this here. Crybaby slipping right through that opening, putting that lead jam position into full effect. Crybaby grabbing 4 more points on that last pass. Rose hits out of the penalty box, a star in the hand. Rose keeping the pressure on even after serving that penalty. Crybaby calling it off after picking up 10 points. 28-30, Emerald City just still slightly pulling ahead. Space Cadet on the line for Emerald City. Grabbing that lead jam position, trying to skirt around that outside wall. Space Cadet through for 4 more. J-Bomb, though, not far behind, getting that initial pass. Starback on the helmet. Trying to pick up any points they can, not able to. But 4 more points up on the board there for Emerald. 12 in that last jam. 42-28. This game has been tight so far. 16:45 on the clock. OT Rex on the line for Blood and Gorge. Skullduggery on the line for Emerald. Skullduggery grabbing that lead jam position rather early out on that outside wall. Star pass there to Rock'em Sock'em for Blood and Gorge. Trying to find a way out around the top of that emerald wall. Rock'em Sock'em got pushed to that outside line. Picking up a track cut. That's going to be a power jam situation for Skullduggery. Emerald starting this out in a power jam situation. Rock'em Sock'em in the penalty box. Just nearly at the end of that jam. Mowdown on the line for Emerald. Looking for some room. Finding a lot of black jammers out there from Blood and Gorge. Big hit there, Rock'em Sock'em coming out of the penalty box, right into that lead jam position, catching that whole pack off guard. Rock'em Sock'em getting out in front, Mowdown getting down that initial pass. Picking up 4 points, though, and calling off the jam. What a reversal right there. Turning a penalty into basically an advantage. Barbell on the line for Blood and Gorge. Space Cadet on the line for Emerald City. Space Cadet already grabbing that lead jam position. Looking for an inside line hop. Not able to quite capitalize, having to recycle just back a bit. Four points on the board, Space Cadet. Barbell getting knocked to that outside line. A star in the hand having to recycle once again. Space Cadet picking up 4 more. Slapcat in that pivot position for Emerald, headed to the penalty box. Running out wall, just one short. Space Cadet finding some defense there in the back of that pack on that last round. Able to slip around. Maytag, they'll get another chunk of space there right there on that outside line. A jam coming to an end. Crybaby grabbing that lead jam position for Blood and Gorge. Rose hits back out there for Emerald City, looking to put some points on the board. Crybaby slipping through that top of that pack, picking up 4 points. Eight points on the board from Crybaby in that last jam. 40-68. Pretty sure J-Bomb looking for an easy opening here. Skullduggery, though, managing to go right up through the middle of that pack. Skullduggery for Emerald right there. Getting caught in a wall, that no-pack situation quickly developing. J-Bomb getting let through on that initial. Rock'em Sock'em going toe-to-toe with Skullduggery there on the outside of corner 2. Adam Splitter with some nice pants on still. OT Rex on the line for Blood and Gorge. Hellsbell's on the line for Emerald City. Hellsbell's pushing that pack apart quite a bit. Damaged Goods in the penalty box, leaving that one short for Blood and Gorge, but Hellsbell's getting through at the top for Emerald City. OT Rex through on that initial for Blood and Gorge.
Shout out to the coffee shop. Come enjoy amazing coffee in the most amazing coffee shop in downtown The Dalles.
Space Cadet on the line for Emerald City. Barbell on the line for Blood and Gorge. Space Cadet out in front, grabbing that lead jam position nice and early. Barbell getting some reflection up there at the top. Space Cadet picking up 4. They dove into the inside of that pack on that last one, picking up 2 more, calling off the jam. Looks like we might be seeing an official, or no, a team timeout or an official review. Official review there being called by Emerald City.
Shout out to Everybody's Brewing, located downtown White Salmon, home of the finest craft beer and scratch food on the Washington side of the Gorge. Don't forget to check out tonight's after party here in the Dells at River City Saloon, downtown.
We are just waiting here on this official review. Emerald City looking for a track cut on one of Blood and Gorge's blockers here. We'll know more in just a moment. All right, Emerald City getting their call there on that black jammer, or black blocker. There will be a track cut issued. No, sorry, jammer there. So Barbell starting this jam out in the penalty box for Blood and Gorge, but Rose Hits taking full advantage of this power jam situation for Emerald City, grabbing that lead jam position. Rose Hits putting 4 on the board and calling off the jam. Definitely strategic, I think, trying to keep Barbell in that penalty box as long as possible. Blood and Gorge calling a timeout as well. 6:42 on the clock. First team timeout called in this first half.
Shout out to Double Mountain. Double Mountain is a brewer's brewery, creating craft beers and ciders that we love to drink.
All right, we are back from that team timeout. Barbell still in the penalty box there after that really strategic ending of that last jam by Emerald City. Skullduggery able to take full advantage of that power jam beginning there, get that lead jam position. But Barbell coming out of that penalty box, able to get right through that pack with a star in the hand. Barbell calling off the jam, or skullduggery, sorry, calling off the jam right before Barbell makes contact with the back of those Emerald skaters. Neither jammer getting any points in that jam, or in that last pass. 4, though, on the board for Emerald. Crybaby on the line for Blood and Gorge. Space Cadet on the line for Emerald City. Space getting out in front, grabbing that lead jam position for Emerald real nice and quickly. Crybaby getting caught in the back of that Emerald wall, though. Able to get that star off the head, get to that outside wall, and get some distance. Crybaby now making that initial pass. Space Cadet calling it off. Emerald not wanting to give away any points here before the end of this first half. J-Bomb on the line for Blood and Gorge, getting out and grabbing that lead jam position. Rose hits, starting that off with a wall of solid Blood and Gorge skaters there, having to get a star pass off to Pickle Slick. J-Bomb coming up behind with tons of time to call that jam off safely, not giving away any points to Emerald. OT Rex grabbing that lead jam position for Blood and Gorge. OT trying to push up, see how many points they can manage to get their hands on. 4 points up in the front, 1 point in the back, it looks like, for Emerald, 95-48. Just about 3 minutes left in this first half. Barbell looking for some room for Blood and Gorge. Managed to get out in front and grab the lead jam position. Space Cadet for Emerald City. Trying to find some room in the back, getting that initial pass on in that jammer position for Emerald. Couple big hits going out there on that outside wall. Barbell getting the call it sign there from the bench. Three points on the board for each jammer there in that last jam. 1:55 on the clock. Crybaby on the line. Crybaby getting out in front, grabbing that lead jam position for Blood and Gorge. Rose hits. Looking for some room in the back there, getting recycled on that outside wall. Crybaby getting recycled on that inside line. Looks like potentially actually picking up a track cut. Rose hits with a big swinging spin to that outside wall there. Trying to get out in front, looking for a star pass, not having much luck. Going down hard again one more time on the outside of corner 3. Crybaby getting out in front, grabbing 4 points on that pass. Period clock gonna run out. We do not have a lead jammer. This jam is gonna be our last one for this half. Crybaby looks like maybe headed to the penalty box, not quite sure there. No, just a recycle to the back of that pack. Now a track cut looks like is being issued. We got 4 points on the board for Rose hits in that last pass. Maytag and Crybaby sitting down to the penalty box with just seconds left on the clock. Rose hits getting knocked out. Make some noise. That was an intense last jam. Blood and Gorge 58. Emerald City 102. We might not actually be we got an official review being called there by Emerald City. We will know the answer to this in just 1 second. Emerald City. There's a bunch of cool variables in this official review. We'll know more in just a moment. But we might have one more jam. Maybe. All right. We are at halftime. They were making sure that there wasn't a secondary penalty that needed to be called, and had there been, potentially, we would have had one more jam. But please, feel free to go and get yourself some food out from our food vendor here tonight. Get yourself some merch. In about the last 5 minutes of halftime, we will do our raffle with our amazing raffle basket. And right before that, you're going to hear from our awesome nonprofit partner, Black in the Gorge, which is an awesome, inclusive community group that is here to help make life in the Gorge just a little bit more fun. That's all there is to it. How you guys doing? We're gonna give you guys a second. If you're out there in the lobby using the restroom, maybe getting some food, you should head in though, because you could win something if you got some raffle tickets. You guys got raffle tickets? You have a raffle tie. That's pretty good. You got your raffle tickets out? Yeah? Are you paying attention? I am not on a mobile device. I am in real life. Flesh and blood before your eyes. My batteries do die, though, quite frequently. But we want to talk about how we help the rest of the community's batteries stay charged as Gorge Roller Derby. We're a nonprofit organization, and one of our big goals as a nonprofit who basically selfishly play roller derby is to use some of the good things that happen in our lives and in our organization to help support other nonprofits that are trying to directly interact with the community, and it makes it a win-win because we live in the community. Hey, who would have figured that? So we always partner with amazing nonprofits. You might be familiar. And the person I'm going to introduce you to in a moment is a part of an amazing nonprofit, Black in the Gorge. Please, would you guys put your hands together for August Oates?
Hello, my name is August, and I'm here representing Black in the Gorge. We're a mutual support organization for residents who live out here in the Columbia Gorge who identify as Black, biracial, multiracial, and we provide support for people who may be feeling isolation out here because there's not too many of us. We're definitely focused on helping the youth as well. So our organization does a lot of cultural programming, different events to bring the community together, to make people feel like they're part of something. And we also have a scholarship program for students, and our fundraiser is for our scholarship program for our students. Our biggest time of fundraising is Black History Month right now, and we have a lot going on this month in Hood River. I just curated an art show at Columbia Center of the Arts. It's really interactive. The space looks like a studio apartment. It's really cool and colorful. So feel free to come to that. It's free, but it's really awesome. I got 45 artists between here and Portland who identify as Black or in the BIPOC community to contribute their art, and it's really cool. We also have different workshops. We're doing candle making, pyrography, which is when you get to like use a wood burning tool to etch into things. We have tons of movies we're doing this month. So come join us. Come check out our table to see what we've got going on this month. And yeah, we really appreciate your support. We're happy to be here. I'm so blessed to be a part of the community, and I hope you're all having a great night.
You guys, one more time for August. All right, let me tell you about some of the awesome items that are going to be in our raffle basket. We need our raffle tickets brought out here, please. You see that? I'm like royalty. So in our raffle basket tonight, benefiting again Black in the Gorge, we have 2 theater tickets to CCA, that's Columbia Center for the Arts, 2 tickets to BHM Film Screening, a Brimstone and Boulders 1. Crybaby out of that penalty box. Finally cleared and empty of all skaters. 4 points on the board for Emerald City. A quick strike and retreat. 113 on the board. 58, Blood and Gorge. Rose hits on the line for Emerald City. J-Bomb on the line for Blood and Gorge. J-Bomb slipping out, grabbing that lead jam position. Big hit there on on Emerald City's Oliver Fist. Grabbing that star pass there for Emerald City. J-Bomb grabbing a penalty there right at the top of that pack. Oliver Fist able to take advantage. That's going to be a 30-second power jam for Emerald City. J-Bomb out of that penalty box for Blood and Gorge. Oliver Fist still putting those points, or trying to put those points on the board, running into that wall from Blood and Gorge, proving to be a bit more resilient. J-Bomb stretching that pack out as far as they can. Getting past Pickle Slick there at the top from Emerald. Oliver Fist with 4 points on the board in that last jam. 5 points from Blood and Gorge, 63-117. Skullduggery grabbing that lead jam position for Emerald. OT Rex on the line for Blood and Gorge. Two points up on the board for Emerald City. Space Cadet on the line for Emerald City, grabbing that lead jam position right off that whistle, basically. Barbell in the back, trying to find some room on that outside wall, managing to do a pretty good job of pushing that pack forward. Barbell at the top there, getting knocked out on the outside of corner 3 and 4. Barbell up to the top, managed to get through on that initial, but Space Cadet in the back, really pushing hard against that Blood and Gorge wall, managing to get up to the top, picking up 4 points. Crybaby for Blooded Gorge. Looking for some room in the back wall there, getting ping-ponged around just a bit. That door getting open wide up. Scolding Knox holding it wide open for Crybaby, but Crybaby getting knocked out one more time at the inside of corner one. Rose hits with that lead jam position, putting 4 points on the board for Emerald City. Rose hits in the back, ping-ponging around just a little bit, looking for some room. That Blood and Gorge wall getting as wide as possible. Scoldinox, Maytag, Raptor. Chopping Broccoli, putting that wall together for the back. Up in the front, hard hits. Crybaby getting pinballed around by Pickle Slick there. Rose hits still in that lead jam position. Crybaby through. Looks like a track cut being issued to Rose hits. That's going to make this a power jam situation for the remainder of this jam. And a little bit leading into the next. That jam timer coming to a 0. Crybaby picking up 3 points in that last pass. Rose hits still picking up 3 points as well. 7 altogether for Emerald City, 3 for Blood and Gorge. J-Bomb on the line, starting this off in a power jam situation, able to get that lead jam position. Rose hits coming out of the penalty box any moment. Gonna put the pressure back up on J-Bomb. J-Bomb getting up through the top of that pack, picking up 4 points. Right on that inside line, Rose hits, able to splint right through the top, but it looks like picking up another track cut in that jamming position once again. We might be seeing a call happen here, or an official review potentially. We'll find out. We'll find out in just a moment. No, it looks like not. OT Rex on the line for Blood and Gorge. OT Rex out in the front for Blood and Gorge. Rose hits on the line for Emerald City. OT Rex still in that lead jam position, got it full control and uses it right there, calling that jam off. Rose hits coming back into the back backwards.
Shout out to the red carpet. Visit the red carpet in Hood River for great food, drinks, darts, pool, and an all-around good time.
We are in an official review here.
Join us after the bout tonight at the River City Saloon here in the Dalles for our after party. Come in, drink and dance and have a great time.
Mount Hood Barbecue also will be serving right up till the end of the bout. So if you're still looking for some food, you can head out there and place an order now. All right. So Emerald City was looking for a illegal block, I believe. What was it? Destruction of gameplay. That's what they got. In my mind, that's like when you would be playing Monopoly and you'd throw all the pieces on the floor. Barbell out there for Blood and Gorge. Hell's Bells out there for Emerald City. Barbell grabbing that lead jam position. Hell's Bells not far out from behind. About 45 seconds into this jam. Big hit to that outside wall. Barbell calling it off. 2 points on the board for Emerald City. 3 for Blood and Gorge. Right down to the front, Crybaby grabbing that lead jam position for Blood and Gorge. Space Cadet not far behind. Coming out though and picking up a penalty. That's gonna make this a power jam situation for Crybaby. Crybaby looking for some space. Malicious B able to open that door up on that outside wall. Crybaby getting ping-ponged around a little bit after that last pass. Space Cadet out from that penalty there, ending that power jam situation for Crybaby. Right around that outside line, Space finding some nice clean room to get. Crybaby calling that jam off, not willing to give away any more points there. 7 points on the board, it looks like, for Blood and Gorge. 86-138, Blood and Gorge slowly reeling back. Emerald City, 15 minutes left on the clock. Skullduggery getting out there, grabbing that lead jam position. Skull calling it off, picking up 4 points. A quick strike and retreat there. Nice quick strike and retreat there. Blood and Gorge, though, managed to put 2 points on the board. Barbell on the line for Blood and Gorge. Mowdown on the line for Emerald City. Mowdown pushing out, grabbing that initial pass. Barbell getting knocked to that outside, calling it off, not wanting to give away any points. 1 point up on the board for Emerald City, 3 for Blood and Gorge. Timeout looks like being called there by Blood and Gorge. 12:37 on the clock. And we are in a team timeout for Blood and Gorge.
Shout out to Annie J. Sellers. Annie J. Sellers is a female-owned second-generation winery in the Columbia Gorge that celebrates diversity and community. Drink wine, read books, and fight fascism.
Coming back from that team timeout, Skullduggery grabbing that lead jam position for Emerald. Crybaby not far out on that initial pass, jamming for Blood and Gorge. Skull slipping through the top of that pack, calling it off a quick strike and retreat, 4 and go. Official timeout here real quick while we make some noise for our volunteers. Please put your hands together for our volunteers. We literally could not do roller derby without them. And what they happen to be doing that's so important right now is helping make sure the track is taped down properly. Come back from that official timeout. Space Cadet on the line for Emerald. J-Bomb on the line for Blood and Gorge. J-Bomb making it out, getting out in that lead jam position. Space Cadet not far behind. Getting through on that initial pass. Blood and Gorge, while trying to just break apart Emerald's defense as well as they can. Big push in there. J-Bomb trying to pick up as many points as they can. Picking up 3, not giving away any to Emerald in that last strike. 94-147. 11:20 left on the clock. It looks like an official timeout maybe. OT Rex on the line for Blood and Gorge. Skullduggery on the line for Emerald City. OT grabbing that lead jam position by a hair. Skullduggery right behind him. A little jammer on jammer action about to happen there right before they entered that pack. OT Rex trying to call off the jam as they got knocked down. 2 points there up on the board, looks like, for Emerald. We might be seeing a call there, though, as I see that jammer trying to make that call as they were falling to the ground. Barbell getting out in front, grabbing that lead jam position. Hell's bells for Emerald City, looking for some room in the middle. Anywhere they can get around that wall of black, just pinning them in. Barbell with a big hit on that outside line. Barbell still in that lead jam position for Blood and Gorge. Rose hits with that star catch just a few moments ago. Rose finding some room on that outside wall. Barbell in that lead jam position with 4 on the board, but not able to get through on another pass here. Finding an easy opening right up to the top and calling it off. Picking up a nice 8 points, 102-149. Blood and Gorge doing everything they can to reel in Emerald City here, as we've seen that Emerald scores slow way down. Crybaby on the line for Blood and Gorge here. Looking for some room, finding it around that outside wall. Space Cadet coming out almost shoulder to shoulder, managing to get that inside line and get out in front. Crybaby not having none of that and calls it off. Nice pressure jam there for both jammers coming out. That is basically the one way to make that happen. Just 7 minutes left in this second half. 102-149. J-Bomb on the line for Blood and Gorge. Skullduggery on the line in that lead jam position for Emerald City. Malicious B headed to the penalty box. Pickle Slick in the penalty box for Emerald City. 1-on-1. Making that pack one short for each team out there. Skullduggery, though, managing to find some openings. J-Bomb managing to get those openings as well. Skullduggery calling off that jam.
Shout out to Empower Yoga. Infrared, hot, warm, and cold yoga downtown the Dalles.
OT Rex getting out in front, grabbing that lead jam position for Blood and Gorge. Hell's Bells on the line for Emerald City. OT Rex through for 4 on that last pass. Hell's Bells looking for some room in the back of that wall, back of that pack. Nice outside line there for OT, picking up 4 more points. 118-158. 4:35 left on the clock. Blood and Gorge grabbing as far up as they can right here. Hell's Bells looking for some room, taking that star off the helmet. Looks like a star pass. The Gumbaroo grabbing that star pass there, it looks like, for Emerald City. OT Rex around the outside one more time. Getting a nice assist there from their pack. OT getting caught up in the middle of it. No pack situation being called right there. That's what that field goal symbol looks like from a referee. That's a no pack. Right out in the front, OT Rex putting 20 points on the board. 130, 158. This just became very, very tangible for Blood and Gorge. Make some noise for OT Rex. We're going to timeout there called by Emerald City. Oh, that is just tightening right up. 130, 158. As you just saw, 20 points on the board. This is a very, very reasonable place to be. With at least 2 jams and several seconds being added here to the clock by our official timekeeper. One 158. Barbell looking for a line on the outside for Blood and Gorge. Space Cadet looking for anywhere to go over that fallen pile of skaters. Almost looked like Space Cadet was going to leave right there and grab that lead jam position, but Malicious B shutting that outside line along with Fish Slap. Barbell managing to get up into the front, grab that lead jam position. Emerald not happy about that. Space Cadet, though, coming out not far behind Barbell. That's going to keep the pressure on Blood and Gorge here. Maytag with a big hit. Catching a part of official in that. But Barbell calling it off, not giving any points away right now. This is about as tight as you can play it. 2:15 on the clock. Right out into the front, grabbing that lead jam position for Emerald City, Skullduggery. Rolling Raptor grabbing a quick star pass there for Blood and Gorge. Skullduggery calling it off. Raptor coming right up against the back of that pack. Space Cadet for Emerald City looking for some room. J-Bomb grabbing that lead jam position. Less than a minute on the period clock. Ooh, this is so tight. Space Cadet getting through on that initial. J-Bomb calling off the jam there. Official review being called. Official review, Blood and Gorge. We will know in a moment. what it's for. As long as there is time on that clock when we start a jam, there is at least 2 minutes of play still possible. All right, that official review. Blood and Gorge was looking for some points to be removed from the scoreboard in relation to when the jam was called off. Coming in hot, OT Rex back for seconds. Rose hits out for Emerald City. Big hit there from Pickle Slick to OT Rex. OT Rex going down like an egg in a pan. Seeing a penalty being issued there to one of Emerald's blockers. Period clock at 0, 1:15 on the jam clock. That pack is spread out like butter on toast. Rose hits picking up a penalty. OT Rex looking for room in a power jam situation. Just time to push now. Pickle Slick right at the top of that wall, playing all the defense they can. OT Rex pushing still. Taking it to the end, 7 points on the board for Blood and Gorge, 141, Blood and Gorge, 166. Emerald City, make some noise for both of our teams. What a fight! Make some noise for our officials. Make some noise for our volunteers. Make some noise for Emerald City for coming out and skating against us this evening. We loved having you. Come out, get a high five from the track. Come stand trackside and you get a high five. Don't go anywhere. In just a few minutes, we will have our MVP nominations, and you can get more roller derby humans in your life. Come and join us at the official after party downtown at River City Saloon. Here it is. Our final score, 141, Blood and Gorge, 166, Emerald City. Make some noise one more time for your Blood and Gorge. Thank you so much for coming again. You can come and join us at the official after party at River City Saloon, downtown the Dalles. One more time, we want to say thanks to our officials, a thanks to our volunteers, and a big thanks to you, our fans, for coming and supporting us, helping us support other nonprofits like our nonprofit partner tonight, Black in the Gorge. Thank you so much, and you can see us at our next bout, March 7th, right here, the Dalles Readiness Center. All right, we got our MVP nominations. Yeah, no, I just try to get us staged as much as I can, like the Green Street hooligan scenes. It's just, okay, yeah, okay. All right, first we're gonna announce the skaters that's skating for Emerald City. These are nominated by Gorge Roller Derby, Blood and Gorge. Tonight, our MVP, number 88, Deadly Dorothy, Most Valuable Blocker. MVP Jammer, Skullduggery. Most Valuable Skater overall, Pickle Slick. MVP Blocker nominated by Emerald City, Fish Slap. MVP Jammer, OT Rex. Most Valuable Overall, J-Bomb. Those are our MVP nominations. Those are our MVP skaters. Make some noise one more time if you're still in the house. Thank you guys for being here. You can join us again at the official after party. Skaters, the whole team, right after this, get in here. We're going to take a photo. Okay, everybody in here. Thank you, Emerald, for coming out. Thank you guys for stacking chairs for us, but they're supposed to go on the wheels. It's the whole thing. If you've got a stack, don't stack it too high because we need to set them on the carts. A cart will be brought out to you shortly.